And here I am with another finished painting. It is a Cat Cranium that I have been working on for a while, and it came out quite okay. I can see the colors here are a little bit more yellow in the film than they are in reality. That is a problem with the digital camera, that I have problems actually filming my colors, so that's quite annoying. As you can see here, I've been working with building textures and building up different layers of heights with my pencils to basically give it a more sculptural type of reality. So I can't really zoom here, and no idea why. Oh, there it came. So you can see layer upon layer colors. It's a little bit yellow. It's not that in reality, but that is how it is. This is a full painting tutorial, and here's the cranium that I painted. So it's very different from the photo, of course. Not the photo, the painting. So that's what I did, and yeah. So I hope you enjoy. You also find chapters and hyperlinks in description. I hope you use them, because it takes me a while to create them. I hope you get something out of it. You find I show you how to sketch, how to glaze, how to build small details. Basically, I show you how to build a still life, Cat Cranium. So if you want to learn how to paint a still life, this is the video for you. It's quite a long video, so I hope you get through it. Or you can also see one, there's chapters. You can jump around to your favorite chapters in the video. With this, I hope you put on the notification bell, leave a comment, give a thumbs up, share on social media, and also check out my Patreon if you want to support my work. It would be great. There's also a small Patreon giveaway, one painting a month, for everyone who donates $5 or more. So, okay, I hope to see you in the next video. Stay cool and keep painting and keep living. Okay, here it is. This is the still life I'm going to paint in this tutorial, and yeah, I hope you enjoy. A little cat cranium with a little flowery leaf. It's going to be a painting that is actually commission work, so this is going to be fun. I'm going to paint it on this 30.30 centimeters canvas, a square, as I usually do with these. There's something with the squares that I just enjoy immensely. So yeah, I'm just gonna adjust the colors a little bit, so I have to turn it off and on. And after that I will start painting. Okay, here we go. I'm going to start out with sketching first, and it's so annoying I have to use glasses. I'm also going to try, I have been asked if I could actually put the subject matter or the still life so they could see what I'm painting. I think I'm going to, if I can get it to work, put a photo of it here, so you can actually see basically how I paint this cranium. Of course, this is not supposed to be photorealistic, but it might be good for people to see how I think when so I'm going to do that. Now, as usual, I start with, I'm going to paint this a little bit bigger than it is in reality. So to there, one something. Let me see if I put it here, about here, and I put it about here. That maybe that's a little bit high up, but 1, 2, yeah. Do here and here, and I guess then the cranium will be about here and here approximately. You see how I think? I also always start out with just you see, I use now the background as a guiding, to guide me. I just put in basics, basic lights, and down like this. Trying to get the eye here, and you have the jaw. Oh, now it's too big, as you can see. So just gonna adjust it up a little bit. The eye, I guess, is up here or something like that. This, you have this jaw thing, and this one, and the snout, the snout, and then it's a horrible pencil actually. This is just where I start to put in the basics, as I said before. I wish I could actually not use glasses today. I think my eyesight is getting a little bit better on keto. So it's so difficult. It's so sad because I have become a little bit long-sighted, like my father, and it's quite annoying because when I'm looking at the palette, it's quite it is out of focus. And then when I look at the object, that becomes out of focus with the glasses. And if I don't have a glass, it's just totally clear. Then this one becomes a little bit out of focus again. So maybe I should get some glasses that is specially made for me. Or maybe I should do an operation. Oops. Anyway, I just need some black here. Yeah, now I don't want this tutorial to become 10 hours long, which my things usually do become. But so you see, I'm just gonna now basically just touch up. The good thing that I think about painting and drawing craniums is the fact that you can't do any mistakes. It's like a face. You will see the mistakes. You can see that this can't be a cat or a dog or anything. Can't have a face like that. It's like when people don't know any, or they aren't able to see the proportions of a face, and they do the nose too long and stuff like that. And you can see it. If you do that to a stick, or if it's an onion or an object like a cucumber or something which has different shapes, you have a little bit more leverage. But even there, you have some set, despite that every object is, every tree actually, you can take maybe a few liberties, but even a tree has a certain amount of math that it follows, even if it's a strange tree. You will find for it to function at all, you will find some proportions that but it's hard to see, it's hard to spot. When it comes to a face or a cranium or some animal, it's very easy for a trained eye to spot. And the untrained eye will actually see it too, but they don't know how to put words to what they actually see. They aren't able to articulate where the mistakes are. So that is why I think painting objects like craniums and humans are very important to push your skill wall and stuff like that. So do object painting, it's really important. It's a perfect model, they stick around, they don't screw up, they don't get angry because you said something wrong, they don't come back, they don't get jealous, they don't get, tired of it. They're just there. It's like self-portraits, you're there. Paint self-portraits. Just going to put in some more darkness here, so you see, I'm just going to kind of mold it like this. Is that a little bit too high up? No, of course not, it isn't, because it's actually in this painting, there's going to be also there's going to be a shine down like this. I have to be careful, so don't make this too big because I want the whole thing in here. So maybe I'm going to slim it down a little bit now that I have the chance. Make it a little bit smaller so I get, because this one is standing on a glass plate, not a mirror but a glass plate, as you saw in the beginning, and you get this nice shine to it here. Yeah. Actually, I was starting a smaller one, but I wasn't pleased with the composition. I'm not sure. It's actually a little bit different than this. It does stand on something else. We're on actually a metal wall, a smaller painting. And I think I'm wondering about just painting over it, or I might actually finish it. Maybe use a patron giveaway. But then again, patrons, if the patron is a cat lover, it will be a little bit difficult for me to give it away. So to the patron giveaways, I guess I want to stick to more figure paintings, small ones, landscapes, objects that anyone can have on their wall. So that's, of course I wouldn't paint any political to Patreon, because I don't want to force my politics on anyone, especially when they support me and support my channel. Anyway, yeah. So I'll change to a more round pencil so that I can have a little bit more control. Just gonna put in the light. This is what they call a gazelle or a block. I prefer to do it in colors, as you can see. So yeah. Should have a watch on me actually, because I want to try to do it in kind of 10-minute segments. I also put the hyperlinks in the description. So people can actually jump around in my painting, or in my lesson. You know, people say, oh, you make such long videos and blah blah blah. Yeah, I do that because that is what you can actually learn something from. It's not a quick fix. And I like to show you the different things that I do and my struggles, how I actually build. So yeah, see how much time that was. Oh, 12 minutes. Yeah, I'm just gonna paint, maybe I'll do a 20 minute first. Yeah, okay, the first one can be 20 minutes. So that you can actually see. Because this is a cranium, if this was an onion, I could actually finish the sketch in like 20-25 minutes, half an hour. But when it is a cranium, it will take way longer time because I have to get everything as right as possible. And yeah, it's funny how just feel that beautiful calm when I start painting. So just measure like this, and I know it's the shine is a little bit smaller. Probably because it kind of falls in like that, or maybe it's just, it should be the same actually, because it is kind of a mirror. No, it's a little bit less. So I guess the mirror is a little bit smaller for some reason. Maybe I should check that out, actually find out if there's probably a physical explanation to that on the internet, probably on YouTube. So come see if I can find it. There's also a shadow. There's this one, and it's like this. And I wonder if I'm gonna draw this with charcoal also and make a video about that. It could be really interesting because I want to start doing more charcoal, because I'm also going to start doing prints. And to do prints, it can be a good idea to do some charcoal drawings first and get myself more. I used to draw a lot with charcoal, and also actually you know, this brilliant or this lead pen. I think it's lead. Actually, they used to use lead. I don't know if they use lead now, but it's called brilliant. It's just a pencil, you know, not charcoal, but the kind of pencil you were writing with in school when you were a kid. I don't know if they do that anymore. I guess everything is data now, sadly. HB and B and HB, all this. I actually loved drawing too. Maybe I should start doing that also. Then it's better to sit actually. I noticed that when I draw with a pen, it's better to sit. So I might do that on my table over there instead. The charcoal, I prefer to stand for some reason. When I sketch, I usually sketch basically in the same way as I would use the charcoal. I kind of go in directions, or I even use gravure like this. You have probably seen that in my bigger paintings when I do my figure paintings and stuff like that. That's what. Okay, Remember, I'm not taking any prisoners right now. I'm not trying to make it it's my neighbor. Every day I have this sound. Anyway, it's a nice studio. So. As I said, I use gravure like this. There's a shadow coming out here, which is very important. And there's of course a shadow underneath this one here. And there's also this thing here. All of this will be of course adjusted as I go along. Yeah, so, and the guy who's gonna have it requested that I put in a little flowery leaf or something, and that will be approximately over here, and it's gonna kind of shine up the whole thing to give it some, because this thing here will balance the shadow over here, because the shadow isn't that clear, but it's there, so it's going to balance up the composition quite nicely, I think. Yeah. The background will be quite opaque actually, not so much details in it. But I figure it out. So. Usually a painting changes a lot from I start to finish, and I can keep adding stuff and subtracting, so yeah. There's a hole there, this here. I really made it make it look so easy. It's not easy. This process actually now is easier because it's kind of very relative, open. But as you go along, it becomes harder and harder until the paintings usually at some point start to try to kill me. And that is when the battle starts, and you just have to work through it. So there's a difference here. Yeah, I see. And this is of course very, there's going to be a lot of light here, and this is going to be very kept down in the shadows. Anyway, that was just the first bang, and that was 20 minutes. So I'm going to paint for a while, and I'm going to film some more. Okay, going a little bit further. Just going to fill in some more here. Show you what I do in a quick thing here, so you can see. I think I got the lighting in my studio a little bit better now. That's a good thing, I guess. This one is too big, and I need to tone it down a lot, so that is also the thing I will do. Okay. Tone it down a little bit here. I try to work in directions, try to see. I've seen actually some of the people who are more classically skilled or classically schooled, as they say. They are kind of doing kind of portraits or something, and they sketched it in squares and in directions and stuff. I do it more naturally. It just falls naturally to me. So it's for me to see the shapes as squares and kind of round things and lines, directions. You just have to learn how to feel the directions. That is what I do. Actually, I had a friend of mine who said that I had a very good natural intuition for compositions and stuff like that, and that might be true. I know that was difficult to place this one because it's not that much, but you have to have some sense of aesthetics and spatial feeling to do it, I guess, I think. I remember I used to, when I took my first art photos of models, I used to stand and look down and take pictures, and of course most of the pictures today as a painting is basically almost useless when it comes to the composition. But then I more and more learned, my eyes actually understood the aesthetics of lines and stuff, and I guess I just went from there and became better and better. Now I actually do quite good art photos, many of my paintings. To tone this down. You see, yeah, that's the explanation. Because actually, I don't see this one. That's funny. I did a great mistake here. I painted in, that is so ridiculous. I painted in the top. I don't see the top here. That's the reason why it is shorter here. Of course. I mean, so logical, so stupid. I see the reflection from underneath. Gee, that is so stupid. And of course, that is how it is not to have learned the classical. It's quite funny actually. It says a lot about me, how I have learned painting. This wasn't kind of a eureka moment where I realized why, because I was asking in the last segment, I was asking why this was a little bit shorter than the main thing, and now boom, it just realized it. And that is basically how I've learned to paint. That's how I learned most of the things I've learned, despite from physics and biology and science and stuff. But everything I do, I tend to learn the hard way, like this. Yeah, I didn't Google it. I was actually thinking about Googling it. I thought it had something to do with a reflection, that was sort of breaking of the light or something like this, but of course I'm seeing the underneath. I'm seeing what's underneath. So ridiculous. I just have to laugh. I hope you're laughing with me, because you should. Eureka! That's so funny. Well, now I know. I'm never gonna forget it. And it's the funny thing is, it is actually on tape. The day I had a eureka moment in real life. It makes it, of course, much easier to paint it also, because now I kind of know that I'm not actually going to repeat this. I'm going to repeat on what's underneath, because earlier I actually been frustrated, and it's so, I think I have actually kind of known it subconsciously, because I have done nice reflections before. So usually what I say is, don't think about what you are painting, just paint what you see. And that is basically what I have been doing. Now I'm kind of painting what's underneath. This one comes here, it goes over like this, and underneath here. So what I'm doing, actually, I'm painting what's underneath this one. And there we go. Eureka! Feels silly now. So logical. So logical, it's really, really crazy. I think I knew that subconsciously. But I never thought about it like that before. I've been painting craniums now for years. Actually standing on mirrors and stuff. Yeah, I'm painting what's underneath. Yay. Well, that's more funny. That is what happens when you haven't gone to school and learned. Like, I know people who have gone to school in Florence and classical paintings and compositions and stuff, and they learn everything from the ground up. Well, I've just been standing here, basically painting for many years, alone, learning from my mistakes, and hopefully you do the same, because I think it's the best way to learn, because when you learn from your own mistakes, it becomes basically a bigger part of you. Learning from experience and learning from eureka moments like this is just a thing that hits in your head, but you never forget it. You never forget the eureka moments, like when I realized how I was looking at Vermeer's paintings, a small portrait in, it was in a, was the Frick Museum in New York. I'm not sure if it was the Frick or is it the National Gallery. But anyway, I was looking at his glazes and how he got the colors to kind of just melt into one another. And I always wondered, how the hell does he do that? And I was standing painting and doing some glazing and painting over, and the same thing happens. Just painting and about, just almost like the paints just flowed into one another. So, and then I realized, that was what he was doing to get that beautiful loose effect. Looks like he doesn't have any lines at all. So, and then when stuff like that just hits you and you see it and you get the same effect, you never forget it. That's a very good thing. This one is wrong, of course, and it's going to be very toned down because it's a reflection, and the reflection is darker. Also, it's not a mirror, so the reflection isn't that strong. It was a good thing that I realized that thing with the reflection. So it's a good day when you find out stuff like that. It's a good day's work. So yeah, I'm just gonna turn off for a second. And then I will do the last segment of the sketch after this. Okay. It's very white now, so annoying. It's not that white in reality. So, anyway, maybe it's a display. Okay, yeah. Gonna do a little bit, not much. As you see, gone over it, and strangely enough, I'm not sure. May have to move it a little bit back. 1, 2, like 1, 2. Yeah, this one is probably going to be a little bit more back. But that is kind of, it is a very loose sketch. So if I've done some mistakes today, it doesn't really matter that much. I'm just gonna move it anyway. I want to be a little bit more here, and the shadow comes here. So you see I'm dragging the shadow into what I just did. That is the way I kind of make the lines disappear. Also, I don't want the same texture up here that I have here. It's very important. So we'll kind of drag it this way a little bit, kind of round it in the first sketch, so get this more this round feeling. here. It is basically building a sculpture, as I talk about in every fucking video. Yeah. I mean, I'm quite glad that I evolved as a painter very naturally, and still do, actually. So I don't have the need for any other guidance than books can tell me, and doing mistakes can tell me. Maybe, of course, you can, if you have a master, you can actually learn quicker, but then again, you might start to emulate him too much or start to become him. So I usually say it's better to have masters that are already dead, and my masters have been dead for hundreds of years. Now there are artists that actually inspires me, like the Norwegian artist Knut, and who inspired me before. Now I don't really go to his paintings anymore to learn, but I must say that he was one of the heroes when I started out as a young artist, also because there was a totally irrational debate about what is art and the place of figurative painting in the Norwegian art scene. And he was really pulling the legs of the establishment, and it was a fun time. But I never felt it was right for me to become a student. I know people who has been students of him, and some of them are really good. Some of them have become independent, and some were quite famous but have kind of disappeared for some reason. But in general, good painters. But I wouldn't recommend becoming a student, because it's a very strong person, it's a very opinionated person, and the typical alpha male, and I kind of sensed that very fast when I met him a couple of times in the 90s, that they would very fast evolve a conflict, because I don't like to be I don't like to be serf. And if you want to basically learn for free, you have to possibly put up with being not a slave, but more like a serf. Also, I love more colors than he does. I remember he said something. He said, "The colors are the enemies of art." And I thought, what? I love colors. I just love using the primary colors. And he's basically allergic to them, and has become worse as he have aged. Now he doesn't use much color at all. And personally I think his painting suffers from it. So, but he's still a very good painter. So, anyway, pick the best painters you know in history, and don't try to be them. Just try to have them as your objective standard, and it will keep you grounded. So, yeah, I think I'm just gonna let it dry now, because it's gonna turn into a mess anyway if I keep on painting now. It's also like 5:30 in the morning, and I'm getting a little bit tired, so just gonna have a small meal and a cup of tea. Actually, trying to go to bed. So, yeah, okay. I think the sketch became quite nice. So, see, I haven't lost it totally. I managed to get in some of the proportions. So, yeah, it's good. Okay, welcome to painting layer number 2. It has been drying for a few days, so actually over a week. And now I just put on some Retouching Varnish. It is this one from Old Holland, Gamma Retouching Varnish. So now you know. The reason I do that is to get it to be a little bit sticky, and also to get the nuances more, yeah, that you can actually see the shadows and the colors better. Then I will wait for a few minutes, 10 minutes, maybe 15, 10, and I will put on my glaze, which I'll show you in this video. I will only do it once, or explain it once, like this, so you can see what I'm doing, because it just takes too much time to do it over and over and over again between every layer. So, and of course it gets quite boring after a while. So, okay, just let it dry a little bit, and then I will. Okay, honey, I'm home. Or back now. Okay, so what I'm doing is I'm taking my medium, which is 70% turpentine and 30% linseed oil, and I just water it down in a way with that medium, and I just go over it like this with Kraplac and French ultramarine. You can see. The reason I do this is to get some kind of oil into the surface, which is actually quite effective. And that way I don't need to add any. I can paint pretty dry, which I usually do. I paint very dry. I paint straight from the tube usually, in the beginning anyway. Of course, as you progress in the layers, you might want to do more glazing and more layers that are transparent and stuff, and then you will need more oils and stuff, but medium. But in the beginning, as it is now, I just try to basically use the medium just to wash my pencils in between. Yeah, I had a bigger spoon than this. I should just use a knife or something. And tollekniv, that's what it's called in Norway. And norsk tollekniv. It's very sharp. I'm just gonna remove some of the that one didn't work. Guess I need to buy a new one. Alright, I'll just shake it up a little bit. I really need to buy a new one. Yeah. I had some bigger ones. Don't know where it went. Lost it somewhere. Anyway, usually I just break away some of it. It doesn't matter. Okay, so just get some of the oil off. Yeah. Anyway, so what I do then is to start with brighter areas, and basically what I feel is like I'm adding clay, and yeah, I have this pencil that I almost ruined. Yeah, I'll try this one. Put my glass on. Get the light more correct. Yes, there we are. And I just start with the light areas. Now this is now very white and bluish. I will try to make it more warm in the light, brighter areas, and then the shadows will be more in the bluish and darker colors. I think of this as a sculpture. I should actually do some miniature things of craniums, start with that, and then progress to doing sculptures of people, on busts, like heads. But you need a model for that. I can't do that from photo. I know that some people do. I will then prefer to have the model, because I kind of have, it's a 3D thing, so I have to turn around the model and the sculpture and work from all sides. I actually did one, I did one in art school many years ago. Actually, an ex-girlfriend of me have the only sculpture I ever made. She has, Elin has it. Elin from Stavanger has the only sculpture I ever finished bust. But quite good actually. Well, it actually looked like her. I even surprised my teacher. Sadly he's dead now. His name was Krzysztof Nasielowski. He was a brilliant sculptor. It was, yeah, sculpting sculptures was just amazing. And he only I don't know why I said that. Only what? What did he only do? No idea. I think I fell into the painting. Anyway, he was a fantastic sculptor. Sad is dead. Yeah, it was only he only 61 or 62, and it's so sad, because I would like to have talked to him again. I remember his deep brown eyes. He had this, almost scared the shit out of me. And he had this very dry humor. Irony was his trademark. But in hindsight, I actually know how much he was able to teach me. And it wasn't actually the main teacher I had. And it was the guy that actually managed to break open the floodgate of introspection and a deeper understanding of the difference between object and subject opinion, and also was the person who helped breaking down my kind of lame, narcissistic religious beliefs. There wasn't really any beliefs, there wasn't any rules I needed to follow or anything. It was just this kind of deistic, self-centered belief that there had to be an afterlife or my life would be meaningless. And of course, the universe doesn't really give a flying fuck what I think, anyway. So, he was good at that, and he was good at telling me the truth. Once I had made this print, actually, or etsning, and I had used a lot of symbolism like the egg and the soul, and there was a self-portrait in there. So funny, because I asked him what he thought, and it didn't look like anything. And he said, it looks like an egg and a hen. And it was supposed to be a self-portrait of me. An egg and a hen. And I just started laughing. And it was, the way he said it, it's just, I just really started laughing because it was so fucking true. I just saw it. It was so obvious. And, you know, I wish I could have talked to him once more and told him how much he actually broke down barriers in me. I think he knew a little bit, but yeah. Anyway, so that is why I think of doing this as basically being a sculpture. So see, I'm painting here, I'm laying thick layers on some strategic places, and I'm building a texture that I then will, you know, to round this off, it has to be very, not much paint over inside there, because I need to kind of get this line. In the end, this line has to just disappear into the background without disappearing. So to manage to do that, I have to build thick colors in the front and create this 3D, basically relief on the surface here. So yeah. Anyway, I hope you learned something from that rant. It is a rant. I have a channel where I'm actually ranting, so about politics and everything. So yeah. Okay, I will just keep on painting, and see here too, it's like, I'm just going to show you that. The good thing is that it's much brighter here than there. It is because it's on a glass, it's not a mirror, but even if it was a mirror, there would be a difference in that and that for some reason. Yeah. Okay, I'll just keep on painting. 10 minutes every segment. Okay, here we are. As you can see, I've been working for a while. Just gonna do some. What I did today is just to build more on the kind of structure or and stuff like that, because I don't want to basically overdo it. I don't need to overdo it. I'm just making a rendition more. This is actually a dried up flower leaf. The customer actually, it's my framer who is going to have this painting. He asked me if I wanted to make him a painting of a cat cranium with a small flowery leaf like this, and that is exactly what I'm doing. He is a great guy, he's a great framer. He has the patience when it comes to payment and money. It's just nuts. And of course I pay him, but sometimes I've been waiting for a long time. And it's kind of my framing are quite expensive, and he is making them from the ground up. There's no imports from China. So I want this painting to become as good as possible. Actually, it started on a different one that was a little bit smaller, like 25 times 25. This one is 30.30. And I couldn't the composition wasn't bad, wasn't good, and I just couldn't do it. Also, when I do paintings, I have to feel that that is good. If I don't, I tend to, shall we say, lose interest. Yeah, lose interest. If I feel that something is off with the composition, or just a still life doesn't function, I just can't do it. I can't get into it. Now this composition is very nice. It's very well placed and it's very classic. And yeah, I think it's going to be nice, actually. Yeah, I actually posted a video on my other channel today about alternative medicine and cancer. I'll find a link to that channel in the description. It's called All Things Knut and Vikshåland, my other channel. So you might want to check that out if you like to talk about politics and religion and stuff like that. Now this I have to work a lot with, because there's a lot of things happening in that head. Also goes down this like this more, and there's a lot of details I need to work with. So I don't need to start doing this now, because I also use glazes and I will work over it, and there's a lot of stuff that's going to happen. What is quite important is you try to keep the background very sublime, very much down, because this is gonna just glide into it, and I need to get the background and this to kind of just glide into one another, like Vermeer does with his beautiful, he's almost using the oil paint as it was water paint or something, or aquarelle paint. So sublime and so translucent, is that the right word? I should start reading more in art books actually. I'm going to do that now. I'm going to start reading a few pages in an art book in English every day. Also read other books in English and evolve my vocabulary, because I'm coming too short actually when it comes to words. I can pronounce it quite well, but I don't have enough vocabulary, as it's called. It's very hard for me to say that word, vocabulary. It's horrible. There's something in the I ruined my pencils. So sad. It's money thrown out the window. If you forget to wash your pencils, you're throwing money right out of the window. It's so silly. I've also been working around here a little bit, as you can see. But this one too, I'm not gonna try to, I will try to avoid any, this is a glass plate, so the only place there will be any real texture has to be in this, this and this. So that is what I will try to do. That is what I will do, is more correct probably. I would like to paint this same thing, just push it up. But I also have this bear cranium. I have my dog, Timian, my late dog. Maybe I should start on that now, that would be interesting. It's kind of sad, it's been laying around now in a box since bloody well 2000 and something, 2008 maybe. I have a skeleton, this whole skeleton in a box, so I could do his cranium with some bones, and yeah, we'll do that. Do also a drawing. A beautiful dog, Timian. It's so sad. He was such a bright dog. It's like I'm dreaming of him so often. And I just can think about how hard it would be when my parents are gone. If I dreamed this much about my dog, how would losing my parents be? For heaven's sake, I can't even imagine. It's just mind-blowing. This one has to go down like this. It's when you start painting symbols, that is when you just have to stop and let it dry and get back to it. Yeah, and that's exactly what I'm going to do. So, until next time, I'll see ya. Next time I will also do some close-ups when I paint. Looks too white on the canvas. Oh, it's okay. Anyway. Okay, here we are. Now I am gonna put on layer number 3, and I already put on my Retouching Varnish. So I'm going to do a light glaze with my kraplak or alcerin and French ultramarine, which I'm just going to put over like this. It's quite blue, you see. Put in some more reddish into it. It doesn't really matter that much what kind of, because I'm painting over it anyway. It's just to get some nice start. And I'm just going to do it over here and over this one. This. So see, I've toned it down, and although the small brush strokes are coming to its right, I'm going to zoom a little bit in so you can see better what I'm doing. Maybe a little bit down like this, and yeah. So I'm going to work with this one now, and got myself 2 new spoons like this. Actually the same price for some reason. So just to scrape away some of the oil. And I will do exactly what I did last time, which I always do. I start out with the light areas. It is such a good way to start because you get immediate control over things. And it's always nice to have, you have to start somewhere. You don't start up there. You know, it's okay if this was finished and I was actually going to do some work in the surroundings I would, but when this is not finished, I start, of course, with the details and the light. There's actually a light on top. I think I have to move it a little bit, like this. Maybe. See how that went. Yeah, like this. Does it zoom? Yes. And yeah, just gonna start. I think I'm gonna start here. And next time I will paint, I will start doing more details in the. Well, I'm gonna do some now also. But I'm gonna do more details in the bone structures, and you know, a cranium is basically partitioned into different parts that during pregnancy fuses together into one piece, and they're all kind of, you can see these things in it. So that's what I will work with next time. And the teeth, tooth, maybe. You know, I need to move it a little bit. So. There's also a shadow. There's a tooth coming up there too. And I think the distance between here and there is a little bit longer. And this one, maybe we should have a better pencil for this. Yeah, maybe some smaller pencils. Wait a minute. Just this one. That is what happens when you forget to wash it. I only wash it with soap actually, and I maybe put there's some green soap or some thick soap, natural soap. I forgot this, and now it's gone. It's money right into the dustbin, and it's annoying actually because. And here is also one, done exactly the same thing, same size. Okay, maybe chew on it a little bit. Let's see if I can get it to survive. But it's so annoying that I do that. It's such a waste of money, resources. So, yeah. So annoying with these glasses actually, because I see everything clear from here. So I have to do like this. So as I said in videos before, I think one of the reasons why Rembrandt's paintings became more and more dissolved and brushwork was basically because it was going blind. I wasn't seeing that much anymore. That's been a harsh thing. I mean, what you think about the guy. I mean, he lost his children. He lost wives, bankrupt. And kind of, it's so sad really, because he was so much on the top, and he basically spent money like a madman, just like I did. And then everything went downwards. Of course, he painted some of his most beautiful paintings when he got old. But I mean, his life must have been quite miserable in the end. And personally, I'm gonna try to use the better days of my life, which I have left, to see if I can manage to create what I call a good death. Some kind of content death. Yeah. If I had it like there, whatever. Well, you see what I'm doing. Yes. Small orange in there. I did change the lighting in here, and it has become way better. Should have done that like 3 years ago. I think that would have spared my eyes a lot, because when you have bad light, it really hurts your eyesight when you try to see. I have to cringe your eyes all the time to find the right hues. And it's almost like bad light is wearing you down slowly. This is so much more in the dark. It's very faint compared to this. And I have to get that in there. I'm trying to work in directions. There's a kind of a lump here, and there's a very bright light there because this thing is coming out. It's funny because it's, as I always talk about, there's the same thing that actually happens in the night watch. Happens on a small level here. People always talk about how the spear is kind of coming out of the painting, and it's because he has put these contrast up against each other, both in the colors and the shadows. He has used to get that. If you only used like black and white, grayish, or not much, didn't follow the natural colors, color circle, you wouldn't get that natural feeling to the shadows and everything. You will still get that effect, but you wouldn't get the sense of motion like is in that painting. I've heard, I haven't seen it actually in reality, so I should go. One of my things on my bucket list should see like, yeah, why don't I do that? I used to go to New York all the time, and New York is a great city, love it. But, I mean, what about Krakow? What about Auschwitz? I mean, I painted one of the Holocaust survivors, one of the few Norwegian Jews who survived the Holocaust. And I've never gone to Auschwitz. It's ridiculous. So, yeah. Should travel around seeing great art and have good food, meet nice people, have great conversations, bring my daughter, a beautiful daughter, and live. You see, now I'm kind of building around it. Here too comes the thing up here, and it goes down like this, and has it's kind of a cheek. Has a little light there. So it's still a sketch. I'm still kind of sketching. You see, what I'm doing is that I'm getting closer and closer to detail as I go along. But every time it's like the same process. I'm basically building it. It's almost like a sketching process every time. It's hard to say exactly how I think, but it is how it is. So, cat. I also have a mummified cat, which I'm going to paint. I have two actually, one in my home Iceland, Kame, and one here. So the one in Kame is actually cooler. It's kind of okay. Here. I think this is going to be nice in the end. That was 16 minutes, so I'm going to stop now and paint a little bit more, and then I'm going to go deeper into. Yay. Okay, let's see if I can do some more detail. Okay. Hope you see it. Okay, go in with a light here. That rose thing. Start with that. Strokes in here. So what I did, I kind of changed the direction of pencil when I painted. So yay. Okay. See now. If I could actually do like this, I could avoid the glasses. It's so funny because it's actually exactly here. If I pull back a little bit, it clears up, and then this is totally clear. So my vision is getting a little bit blurry when I get like 40 centimeters away. But I also noticed that it has also, and the palette is a problem because the palette is now very kind of you say blurry. So yeah, I need glasses to see the things that are close but not the things that are far away. So annoying. I don't know if it would be better if it was the other way, that I was short-sighted. I think that would actually be worse. But a little bit closer. Yeah, the tooth is going in like this. Then we have matched. Think of maybe there's some operation I could do with my eyes to fix this problem. I have a friend who is a physician who's doing eyes. Maybe he should do a test on them. I think that could be a good idea. Who knows, maybe I have some cataracts or like my grandmother had this macular degranulation, is that what it's called? The eyesight slowly starts to disappear. Horrible. People can't see. Anyway, see me do some details here. There's this hole. Is that the ear? Maybe it is. No, it isn't. There is a small bone somewhere that is the eardrum. Yeah, I forgot myself. I actually went into some deep thought now, and thinking about stuff that is actually happening in my life right now. but and also painting life. That is a good thing with painting. Your thoughts becomes like basically driftwood. They just bump around in the waves and go into this deep, deep, deep flow where you start to solve inner problems. And I think that is why I fell so in love with it. It just put me back on earth, as they say. My brain is so all over the place all the time, and this hair just puts me right down to earth. So beautiful. It's not that bright. I can build and then I can tone it down again. It was funny when I realized that it was upside down. I didn't really think about it that way before. I'm seeing just a mirror of what's underneath. A flat pencil. Kind of drag a little bit that way. I'm actually using some of my Umber here too, and to tone things down. I don't use that many earthy colors, except from when I'm supposed to blur things down or tone down more vivid colors. This was totally wrong. I need to get some new color on my palette. Just do like this. Find the right spot. Everything is more blue in the shadow, just as you know. Okay, well, see what I'm doing. So, it's working a little bit lower down there too. So, quite woolly still, but getting there. Okay, here we are. Another day, another layer. I put some Retouching Varnish on first, and now I'm just gonna put on a light glaze of my crop black and bluish again, so I get a good start. Just do like this, and kind of melt into the. You see all the textures that comes out here, and I really love that. It's what is making painting often worth it. So yeah. Yeah, okay. What I was thinking about was actually zooming a little bit so you can see what I'm doing when I'm painting the skull. Now it's more yellowish here, so I have to put on more of a kind of yellowish bone type of color. So I use some cadmium yellow and some of the Naples yellow deep actually, and I will try to get this to become a little bit more bony. That's also quite important when you paint still lifes, to try to get the object to get the feel of actually being, when you're going to paint bone, how am I going to make it feel like bone? That is one of the difficult things that I find to be extremely important and difficult, because and I see that especially in more amateurish paintings, that you're pouring in too much white in the light areas and stuff like that, and white doesn't necessarily translate into more light actually. It can just feel like white, and white in itself doesn't really do much on the surface. You have to mix in all the different colors for it to come alive, and yeah. Here there's some green, blue, greenish, bluish. There's a lot of ishes here, and that might be a problem, but that's how it is. Just keep banging on. So okay. I love this when this happens because this is the kind of thing I'm talking about. It becoming kind of a bone feeling. So okay. Sorry, I'm falling out there. Kind of deep in thought, so but you can actually see what I'm doing here. Here. I really love this thing. So now I've seen how I keep rolling. I might even have to go closer to it to see all the details, but maybe that tooth is actually, yeah, a little bit wrong. It actually is. Just have to move that back a little bit. Not much, but like this. Yeah, and then put a little bit longer that way. To get the right shape. That's this kind of stuff you start to see when you work on for a while. In the beginning, it's not that easy to see, but as we go along, it becomes more and more easy. So, yeah. Okay, now this actually goes a little bit longer down underneath. Oh shit, it's too much oil. See how it starts to swim. I shouldn't use oil when that's the whole point with the glaze. I'm not supposed to use much oil when I have been glazing, because there's already oil on the surface. Thus it can actually become quite a nice effect, because you get this almost it becomes the Vermeer effect, which I've been talking about in other videos, when different colors just melt into one another to create a very natural toning between different objects in the painting. No lines. It's also very good way to get rid of the lines. You just let it melt like that. That tooth might be a little bit too long, but that is not because the tooth is too long. It is actually because of the bone that the tooth is coming out of is not right. So this has to become a little bit more down here, and that will fix the tooth problem. Maybe I should zoom when I get deeper into detail here. I might zoom into close-ups when I use the brush, so you can actually see it very close up. Actually, there are people who are asking for that, so I might oblige doing that. This is also in blue, and I will actually tone this down because it's very toned down in reality. I do think I have to move a little bit closer to the object to see it properly. It's my neighbor upstairs who's dragging around his fucking every day, the same thing. So sick of it. Drives me insane. I need a new studio. I need to work myself out of this bloody studio. and get something in the center of the city. This is just mine. No neighbors. Maybe I just moved back to my hometown, Kalmar. And just keep painting and becoming an old man and die and die. I'm quite content actually with the prospect of not getting older per se, but getting more peace of mind. All my life, peace of mind has eluded me because I'm both hyperactive and quite hyperactive actually. What really starting to feel more stoic and more calm at this point. And who knows, maybe that might be the way to go to tranquil life. Calm life. When I go to Kalmar, my home, I kind of forget about all the noise, all the fractions in politics and all the arguments and all the shit that is kind of drowning our flow. I tend to forget about it, you know, it's not important anymore. There's nature around me, and parents, and they will be gone soon. Not soon, but at some point. Hopefully not soon. So, yeah. And then I will be kind of more, in a way. I have my daughter and my brother. My beautiful daughter. A smart and beautiful daughter. Anyway, I will do more later. Okay, so I've been working a little bit around here, and I think I'm getting a quite nice tone in the background. I try to kind of make it very just disappear, putting in some reddish somewhere, especially since there are some reddish in the background. So like brushwork like this, to kind of drive the eye around without actually, shall we say, nothing is going to stick out much. And I get this woolly, kind of a woolly feel to it. It's kind of, this is when you it gets kind of sticky, as you can see, and the paint, when I work on top of the Retouching Varnish, the paint starts after a while to stick to the surface, so I get this nice, yes, basically sticky surface that holds on to the paint. If I then took some medium and put in, oh, that would ruin everything. So after a while I just work with the colors basically directly from the tube. Of course I'm washing my brush in the medium, but I don't grab it and put it into the canvas, because it will kind of become runny again and ruin that stickiness that I now can use to get the effect I want. Also in this still life, the nuances are very much close to one another, and to keep it natural, I don't want the big I don't want any very hard shadows or anything like, you know, here, yeah, but all over I don't want too hard shadows, because it will also ruin it a little bit. I want it to be, can I say, I want it to breathe. I think that is the way to say it. I want it to be alive, breathe. So I can actually get these nuances to also after a while melt into the background. It's very important. So there's a little bit more reddish exactly here. So we'll try to enhance that a little bit. See if I can get some more. I'm actually using the cadmium orange now with the same type of color that is in the background, just to add some more cadmium orange to it, and I bring it kind of into the reddish, more reddish realm. Here it's kind of bluish, and that becomes a nice kind of tertiaire or complementary contrast to the blue, and yeah, that's how I do it. And I can add more next time. And I try to put it down here again. I want it to, yeah, like that. It is a time-consuming process, but it is a very calming process. I even do notice that I've become a better painter. The way to notice that you are a better painter is actually you are able to foresee the future. You're able to see what the next step will bring when you put on the color, or where you want to go with the next brush work or whatever. That is what happens when you get better. You start to see where you want to go. And this one is very much too close. I mean, this one needs to be up there. Let's see now. I'm going to work myself a little bit down into the shadow here. This is too far up. Maybe even too much out there. And of course this here is way more toned down than the original. But I have worked with this now for a while, and then I work with this, and try to figure out the right tone. Press it down at the same time. Try to bring it up. This shadow, I have to do something with that one. And yeah. Okay, so this is on, it's like up here. I realized that, you know, I was talking about that the thing is that, yeah, I think this was more in like that, actually. Then I'm seeing what's underneath. So it's not the same. The hole comes about here, and this thing here, because I'm seeing what's underneath this one too. So, and of course the glass kind of make it, what should I say, make it a little bit twisted, whatever, you know, the perspective become a little bit twisted. There's a light coming there, but it's also a light I haven't put in there yet, and that light is actually quite strong. And it has this reddish orange thing, and that light is underneath here. And of course, when there's a light there has to be a light here, and you have this one here, and it's underneath that one, and then this one goes all the way. Actually, it goes up. Well, no, it goes down. You know, that's confusing. It goes down like this, because this one goes up, this one goes down. It's funny. I should have seen that a long time ago. And this one goes kind of down like this. And it meets here somewhere. Like here. Right there. And this one is a little bit different. You see? So I'm measuring, you know, this one comes all the way, yeah, that's actually quite correct, because this one is bigger than that one, because I can't see what's on top of it, of course. So I wonder how good I can actually become in painting in this lifetime. The only lifetime I will ever have. Do you think in 1,000 years? I wonder how long I will be able to live. How long I will live. Think about it every day. Life will bring. It is so intense being alive, actually. It is the weirdest thing. And when you realize, I'm listening a lot to the Stoics, and I'm becoming one, and it's so calming. I'm gonna make some longer painting flows when I work with bigger paintings, where I only play Stoicism and play Stoic philosophy in the background when I paint, because it is so important to understand Stoicism. Less is more. It's the inner that matters, not the outer things. You can't buy happiness. You can't entertain yourself to a point of happiness. There is no such thing. There is no such entertainment. As I was talking to a friend of mine the other day, and I asked him, when you jerk off for the third time, to internet porn, has it really made you more happy or more sad? You know, has porn or any other short buzz like that ever made anyone happy? Just ask that question. Has porn, watching porn, ever made anyone more happy, more fulfilled, more in touch with themselves? Has porn ever done anything good for anyone? And being a person, I've seen enough porn to basically fly to Jupiter and back. If it was rocket fuel, it never made me feel good. And the same thing is, I think it is the same thing with sports or bad entertainment and stuff like that. There is no fucking way it is making people happy in the long term. But doing creative work, finding that flow, that inner peace, that is where everything becomes beautiful. The struggle, if you're doing some creative work and you have some things you do, like this insignificant painting of a cat cranium. So funny, is a dead cat, and now I'm painting it. But okay. The point is, this makes me happy. This makes me happy, but I also think it would actually make everybody else more happy if they did something creative, something a little bit challenging that came from within themselves, instead of this constant barrage of entertainment and short buzz. People are saying, "Oh, we're gonna have a nice time," and they put crappy food on the table and alcohol, and that's what is supposed to make us happy. Netflix. 15 seconds to the next episode. Oh, for heaven's sake. Yeah, anyway. Well, I'm sorry for the rants, you know me. Yeah, getting better. See. Okay. So, another day, another session. I put on some Retouching Varnish. Now I think I'm going to zoom because I'm going to work here so you can actually see what I'm doing better. Actually get closer, get an impression. Will be more detail, then I can move out as I work myself down. As you can see now, when you get closer, you can just see there's more color in it. And it kind of gets lost when I don't know why actually. It's so annoying. But as you can see, now I will do light glaze. Not much, just a little bit, just to get some texture and color into it. As usual, I use my Kraplak and my French ultramarine for doing that. Get some blue and red into the cracks, into the brushwork. It's already there. And then I will work with the more warmer colors over that again. And that is basically how I build it. And get more shadows and stuff. I think I want to scrape it down a little bit. There are some textures with not so much address. Textures needs to have address. Adresse. So. Okay. Okay, so I will start. No, I think I want to stop there, on that top there, because the tooth is coming out a little bit. So I'm using, what's it called again? It's maple. Yeah. It's called Brilliant Gel Light, and it's called Naples Gel Reddish Extra, and it's called also the Naples Yellow Light, and I mix those with different colors, like the reds or the yellow, and I also use the white and of course the cadmium yellow, cadmium lemon, and I try to mix those colors into different. If only you can actually, yeah. This one is quite difficult actually. So also more in the bluish. Now there are some videos on my channel where I actually show you how I use the palette. Maybe I should make a predominantly palette video where I go through all my palettes, how I use them on bigger and smaller paintings. That might be a good idea. Okay, and this is like this, and like this. I actually have a full cat skeleton in my hometown county, and maybe I'll paint one more there. Yeah, I'm just going to try to build more shape. That's the whole thing when you get into these details. You just need to... Time becomes everything. The time you're willing to spend on it to create the shapes and the small nuances, it's basically everything. There's no quick fix here, there's no easy way, and the deeper you go, the more problems, the more you will see the wrong things you have done, and you will see different things. Actually, also when you paint cranium, you have to get the proportions right, or the anatomy, and that is the thing with things like this. You know, you paint these things, you really learn a lot, because you have to... It's not like an apple that can actually be a little bit relative. There is nothing relative to these things. These things has to be basically on point, or people who actually know anatomy will immediately see that this is not possible, this can't be right. So it's like a face, you know, a cranium is basically like a face. I have my dead dog, Timian. I have his cranium. I'm going to put that up now. And I'm going to paint 3 different paintings of it, from the side, from the front. Maybe put it into a triptychon. Could be quite cool. You know, my beautiful Timian. I miss him actually. It's like 14 years since he died now. And it's almost like yesterday. So cute. Anyway, so that might be interesting for you to see me paint a triptychon in one go. So it will be a long video, very long video. And I can maybe even do palettes in that video, just to show you. And I have a bear cranium, I have deer, I have moose, I actually have, that's cool, I have a pig cranium in my freezer. That's fun. That's going to be cool. Okay. See, I have to go over this. It's way too blue. And now it becomes a little bit more natural, and I have to get it down to more of a greenish, yellowish thing. There's a lot of issues, as usual. And that's with the shadows, they are more issues. They are not totally clean. So I just kind of work. First I brought it up, then I start pushing it down again, as you can see here. So like this, and then I will there's more yellow and orange. I do use cadmium orange also, not because I need it, because you can actually mix orange from red and yellow, or you just take cadmium yellow and put some more red in it. But I think it's easier not having to mix every color. I used to do that, but it takes a lot of time. So it's easier to have some colors that are already finished, so you can just tap right into that and use and then mix other colors with those again to get the thing you want. Yeah. You know, teeth are ivory. People don't think about that. Bloody hell. So, now we'll do like just here, like this on that side. And I can actually see, shaped it a little bit wrong. It's almost you do some things like this and it's almost like a cliche. It's not really how it looks. So we are so used to seeing fangs as well, they are so bent, but no, it's not like that in reality. Like this. A little bit more boring. Boorish. And this one is actually a little bit higher than close. You see, I'm moving things around even now because I can see more and more where I've gone wrong, and then I just keep on correcting it. And that was more like it, but there, yeah, that was better. And yeah, there too, I can actually see. Okay, I do not have the coronavirus. I think I did actually. Who cares, you know? Most people don't even get sick. It's just hysteria. It's difficult. It's not easy. Oh. And I can actually see. Now to make this look like it goes actually into the, I have to have a shadow underneath here. Okay, so, but this one has to be more yellowish, like that. And this one goes a little bit more up. It's all these small adjustments that is so time consuming, and they can drain hours upon hours upon hours of work. So if you think you're gonna make a cranium quickly, forget about it. It's not gonna happen. It's some of the most difficult thing you can do. I would say it's almost as difficult as a portrait, but it's not quite there. A human being is the most difficult thing to paint because they're so distinct from person to person. This one too. Small, like. And there's a lot of stuff inside there, so it kind of comes out more bent. I will try to not paint a cliché. So things happening behind there, yeah, see now? Now it becomes a little bit more bent and a little bit more natural. Sorry if my face is in the way, but I need to get closer to see. And next time then I will actually put in more colors and more behind there. And it needs to get a little bit further out. Like that. There. I think more. Like that maybe. You see this now? It's kind of dissolving. But it's better anyway. When you do this rearranging thing, you just have to, acknowledge that. That's for a while it will be kind of dissolved and stuff. But it's okay. That will be fine in the end. Oops. Too much medium there now. That's a problem. But the good thing now is that it kind of melts together. And when it dries, I go in and I put on more color. And everything will just fall into place on the next go. Okay. See, you won't get more white by putting on more white. That's also a problem I've seen in more people don't have those skills. They think, oh, teeth are white, bone is white. No, it is not. It is yellow, it is reddish, it is blue, it is green, all kinds of colors, and you just have to bang on until you have gotten colors into it. Much deeper there. More lights. Yeah, okay. Hope that explains something for you. And see you next. So, I really do hope you can see it now that I've been working with this for a while, because that is exactly what I have been doing. Actually for way longer than I thought, and that is very typical. But I think it's getting somewhere. I'm just gonna let it dry now, soon. I'm gonna pick it up next time and do some more details and get it to come alive. It's kind of starting to come alive now. The thing with I want to bone. There's this kind of a way to bring the bone feeling. I kind of have, I have to give the surfaces a 3D, more like a 3D feel to it. I have to almost, there's a lot of approximations here. I have to, in a way, paint what's underneath the bone you see. I have to get the thickness of thickness of the bone. So it's not a surface, it's actually a mass, a thickness to it that is in bone structure. And that is when you actually start to reach something. Same with the tooth. Now it's quite next time I will put in more whites not white but light here. Then I will build this one so it gets more 3D. Just gonna do some groundwork for that effect now. I won't be able to get it done now because it's too much, basically too much paint on it. But I can make the groundwork for it. You've seen the beautiful still lifes, more classical still lifes of bone and skulls and stuff, and they are so beautifully made. And you can actually feel that it is bone. There's no doubt about it, you can see it. And that is what I'm after. That is what I want to see here too. I would like to have more light there, but it doesn't matter, it can wait. Sometimes I feel like everything is gonna blue and red and orange. In a way, it actually is. There are certain colors that goes through the whole thing. Almost like there are certain colors are more of than other colors. No idea if that's true. But that is how I feel it is. Maybe that's right, maybe it's wrong. And again, yeah, maybe it's true. I should study more. Color theory, I think. I have forgotten a lot. Such a long time ago. I always tattooed all the elements on my arm. You know, the periodic table. And for a while there I actually started to remember all of them. But then, it's kind of 10 years ago. Then I got sloppy. Now I kind of remember a few, so I should pick that up too, because it's silly to have all the elements tattooed on your arm and hand and not remember what they are. Yeah, so these things too, you know, it's just not gonna be a line. It has to be a line or an integrated part of the bone. So even this one, that line there, well, it's not a line but a crack in the bone, or how the bone actually grew. That's, yeah. It too has to be a integrated part of the skull, not something that is on top of it, but is inside it. And that is where it becomes difficult to paint. That is where you actually need more skill, patience, and all of that to reach your goals. Yeah. Okay. Oh my god, I forgot you were there. How strange, I just wandered off into a deep flow. So anyway, I think that will do for today. Maybe I should do a little bit more on the rest, as you can see. But that is how I work with it. I should try to get this mirror right. This way. Can do that next time. It's not that much detail. And reflection is quite relative, so. I would like to do something with that shadow, because that shadow there that goes down like this is more bluish, but also when you put on a shadow like this, you have two ways to do it. Well, actually you can do both of them in the same thing, but you really want the bone to be visible. Amateurs will put on a kind of a shadow that isn't integrated, and that is why it kind of collapses. It has to be a shadow, but also have to feel that there's something underneath it. The same way as Rembrandt does in The Night Watch, when he is having the shadow hit the dress of the guy. Really have to go and see that painting in real life. I've never seen it in real life and talk about it all the time. And it's in Netherlands, which is not that far actually. Why the hell doesn't go there and visit? Yeah. You know, everything gets better and better. You just keep on tweaking it, and at some point it just explodes. But there's a lot of paint on it now, so I might just want to stop and next time I might even be able to finish it. Shadow. No. Yes. It's very soft shadow actually. It's almost like, you know, it's a glass thing, so the shadow actually doesn't hit the surface, it hits underneath the surface. So it's a little bit different. It doesn't really hit. Underneath it. It's kind of a strange feeling actually, because it's quite difficult to, it has to be like this in a way, to like this, so it feels like something is on top of the shadow, like this, and the shadow is underneath. Yeah. That's how it has to be done. Okay, then there's something happening there. And something coming up here. So Okay. Thinking out loud. I see more and more detail. And yeah. That is how I do it. It's basically like clay. If this were clay, this is how it would work. I would move the clay around. What I should have do is put this on a make a clay rendition of some craniums. I think I'm a natural sculptor. I'm so into physical presence in my paintings, the sculptural presence, that I think I would actually could become a good sculptor. Now it's now almost 30 years since it's actually 30 years since I started painting. Before that I was a welder, and I just heard that the average lifespan of a man in Norway has risen to 80. So that means that my predictions that I have like 28, because I thought it was like 79 or 78. So my predictions are now increased. I just gained 2 more years of life. So I now have basically 30 years left until my demise, statistically. And it's not really my best years, and I have struggles coming my way, so so will I be able to create all the things that I want in that time? That's a very good question. But it's one thing that is very certain, and it's very certain, that laying in bed, watching news or porn or whatever, will not create paintings. So enough of that shit. Enough of wasting time. From now on it will be focus. It doesn't even matter if anybody buys it, you know, it just doesn't matter. The only thing that should matter is what I make, what I create, and what is done during my lifetime. And that is what I find to be important. I'm a very lucky guy. I live in Norway, and there are great safety nets in Norway for people. You won't starve to death. You won't kind of lose everything unless you become a drug addict or something like that. So, being that privileged to be born in Norway, I think it's my duty to use my time to doing something good for the world and helping people to paint. Do my human condition exhibition paintings, so say something about the world and its state of the world. And yeah, do something that's a little bit important before I go. And I will go someday. My father will go, my mother will go, then I will go. Hopefully nothing bad happens to my daughter before I go. That would be sad. Anyway. Okay. That's a long segment again. But I hope you get something. Okay, here we are. Back to the cranium. I'm going to do a little bit focused glaze. Not much. I've already had the Retouching Varnish on. Just need some clean oils actually. It's very important to have clean oil or clean medium when you glaze a little bit. Now I think I'm gonna let it go a little bit towards the red. Try to use turd or red, cadmium red instead of, so came up with a little bit more red. And usually, as usual, I'm using the French ultramarine. And you can see here that the textures are kind of coming out in a good way. We'll do now a lot of detail work. Just cuddle with it for a while. See what happens. This sounds pretty. So, and yeah, I can actually use some paper. That's also quite effective. Just use some paper on it. And yeah. Anyway, so that's what I'm going to do. So I'm going to start over here, I think. Maybe I should just zoom in because I'm just going to paint on the cranium so you can actually see better what I'm doing. Like this, maybe. And a little bit like this. I think that would be good for you. So I just should need some more. Some very nice textures and very nice things here. And but the cranium has this, it isn't yellow, but it is kind of dirty yellow, because this cranium is not kind of boiled and washed. It's just one I picked up in nature. So it has had all the elements molding it while rotting. If you actually want to have craniums and stuff, I would actually I wouldn't buy them. You know, you can, of course, you can buy stuff, but many times they boil everything, and it becomes very. They're kind of losing the textures and the natural color you get in them when they reside in nature. So many times thought, what if I found a old skeleton somewhere of a human being in nature? Oh, that would be such a dilemma. To drag home a cranium. But I wouldn't, of course, I would call the cops. Because you never know. It could be a murder, it could be a missing person. But it would have been, you know, the dilemma between me wanting a skeleton, a real skeleton, a real human being, and the moral and ethical dilemma. But you have to do the right thing. So I would have called the police, not put it into a big bag and as I do with animals when I find them in nature. I found all kinds of whole sheeps, I have a whole deer, I have whole cat craniums, I have all kinds of stuff that I've been found in nature. So, This is the point we start working, that this is when it starts to get hard. Now, when I start building now, this is where I get my skill and patience tested. Because all the nuances are so totally crazily they are so the same. This is a very slow process, and when I look at a lot of old paintings, some of them are really, really detailed, but they often lack one thing that I find very fascinating, and that is the real sculptural dimension. A dimension where, what should I say? almost like you feel that that is 3D. It looks 3D on a distance, but when you get close you see that it's not that much relief dimension to it. What I like to do is kind of push that relief thing further so that the paintings start coming alive also in the physical realm, like a sculpture. Now I know for people who are watching my videos, and there are 5 of them. No, I'm just kidding. Well, there used to be more actually, so before my channel got hacked. But yeah, but what? Was that the people who are watching my videos? I have no idea why I started a sentence, but it's just well, whatever. Maybe it was that people like that dimension or whatever. You know, I made a joke and then I just lost just like Biden, I lost my thread of thoughts. Anyway, you see here, I'm trying to push the whole thing. I'm trying to push it all the time, adding new small details that kind of gives it more and more of that sculptural thing. And to do that you have to be, it is a very slow process. So yeah. You need to be willing to kill things that you are pleased with. And never give in. Not give in to laziness and easy solutions. If you can't get it right, just keep banging on it. Banging the drum until you get it right, or you just see that this is not even possible. You know, when you get to a point, you can actually get to that point where you just have to tell yourself that this will go basically nowhere and I really hate it. So, yeah. To get it to be a little bit more yellow, I think I have a different, so it can actually be good here. Donker. Maybe that's the one. Let's see if that works. Is that one coming up? I'll figure it out. I like this because it's it's actually a synthetic pencil, which I find very useful. Now this is Naples Gel Extra. Yeah. And that is more yellowish. It's one of the things I use for skin colors, but then I mix it with other reds or blue or whatever, because you can drag that one both towards the. Now here I want to mix in a little bit of blue into it and see if we can get some. And then I get some kind of greenish effect, but it's not right actually. Anyway. Every painting is a new challenge, and yeah, I just love it. Just have to shape all these small things. Way too yellow again. I'll tone it down afterwards. So. See, I'm dancing kind of over the whole thing, back and forth. I'm not trying. Actually, that was one of my the advice I got when I went to art school. Kind of not got too hung up in certain details. And despite that, my art school years were quite turbulent because I want to paint like this all the way from the beginning. I did pick up a few things that could have been. Well, I wasn't actually able to pick it up then because when you get kind of shunned in Norway, I've had this discussion about art and stuff. Figurative art, contra abstract art, and there's kind of been a war between the fractions. I've never been a part of that war. I never really cared about it. identity politics in any form, and in the art world you have the same thing as you have in politics, and it's a sad thing. I want to be an independent thinking person. I want to do what feels right for me the best way I can. I would rather spend my time trying to become a better painter than wasting my time on discussions about what is art. Because the question itself is just ridiculous, because when modernity kicked in, there were no such thing as what is art. Died with the shop urinal, or the fountain of the shop. There is no, if you don't have any objective standard, there is absolutely no need for debate. I mean, if you're going to debate something, you need to have a thing you compare it to. So when the modernists say, "Oh, why do you paint like this?" You could rather just take a photo and some nonsense like that. You just say, "Well, it's not about the motif. Painting is about the process, about the challenge. It isn't actually about the motif. Not for me anyway. I like nice motifs, but it's not why I am painting. I am painting because of the inner aesthetics in the paint alone." And then they say, "Oh, you could paint abstract." Yeah, but that is easier. It's much harder to paint like this than do abstract painting, because here I have to use my eyes to get it correct. I have to have my drawing skills tuned and stuff. And if you actually do abstract art and you have never learned how to really paint, I don't think it's going to be any good anyway, because skill is the basis for everything. That is how I see it anyway. I mean, some people might be not agree with me on this, and I don't give a shit, because I agree with myself. And if somebody has a good argument against my hypothesis, I'm more than willing to change my mind. So, but let's say the objective standard is extremely important in any debate about anything. Go away. So, yeah. Anyway, that was another of my rants, so I'm just gonna keep painting on it, and I'm gonna show you more later. Yay! Yay! Okay, I'm just gonna work around it. This cranium has now become one of these never-ending stories, and it's kind of fine, it deserves it, and I really do enjoy working on it. I think I'm going to try to try some new colors also. Later, not now. Because also I kind of lack some I have a problem getting this this neutral yellowish bone thing. So just try to do that. This. It has to reflect. Of course, I can almost not see the details in this, so it's quite hard to get it right. But well, as I say, try my utmost to get it right. It is also always a sum. You see. It's very thick with texture there. There's no texture here. Because that's just almost no. I have to have some, but I try to keep it all the way down as reflection. So, yeah. These brushes are quite nice. I know my American painter friend Kyle would love these brushes, but they're quite expensive. And you have to take care of them because it's easy to ruin them. And you don't want to do that. Some more color. Tooth. Kind of sticks up here. Because I first have to paint this up, give it a little bit of substance, and then I will push it down with a glaze and stuff like that too. So despite that I might paint it a little bit brighter, and then I will push it down above the glazes and going over it again and again and get that mirror thing that I'm after. Also have to think, you know, what I'm seeing here is actually what's underneath. So that's very important to think about. Take into consideration, as they say. Consideration. So okay, I'll just keep on painting, and yeah, see how much time that was. You know, my videos tend to become very, very long. But you know, if I'm gonna teach you how to paint, or you're gonna learn something from my videos, you have to see what I'm doing, how I'm thinking, and you don't have to see the whole video. As you know, I also start to put in chapters in my videos, so that you can jump around and find your favorite segments. And then I'm also going to start making some shorter videos of them, and also time lapses, so that people can get different takes on the things I do. Yeah. Okay, this is a dried flower leaf, and of course it's just there to kind of balance the composition, but also kind of a symbol in a way, symbol of love. They are both the same thing. It is a dry piece of flower, and you have a very, very, very dead cat. Friends. Okay, there it goes underneath here, and we're gonna lift it up. Since this is laying down on a glass thing, it actually kind of flies in the air. It seems like it flies in the air. Of course it doesn't, but that is how it looks. I have to get that shadow to basically in the end feel like it hits something. And yeah, there's a lot of overpaints here, and glazes and stuff to make that happen. You know, I am a painter who are using a lot of colors, and I always exaggerate things, you know, colors and stuff. So for me to make a photorealistic thing, it's really difficult. I will say it's basically not even possible, because I'm just too much of a basically impressionist in many ways. There's also some remnants of these things here. You kind of just have to do like that to create some tension. You can ask yourself, you know, why would anybody use this much time on something like this, so kind of insignificant? Well, I think it's about love. It's about the beauty of connection, the flow. I've been doing this for 30 years now. And I remember when I went to drawing school, and I had this teacher called Sissel Kobosta, beautiful, kind woman with an extreme love for colors, painting. And I still remember, that was just in the beginning, I could sit for like 14 hours just painting and just flowing away into Neverland in a way. And my hyperactivity was gone. Yeah, it's really beautiful. You know, I'm very hyper as a person, but this, when I focus like this on these kinds of details and stuff, it is just heaven, because it's basically a drug. It works the same as you take drinking wine or something. It just even out my brain. But the good thing about this, it doesn't have any side effects. It doesn't drain me for energy. It doesn't make me tired. It makes me happy. It kind of stabilizes my brain. Well, I know I've been talking about this in other videos, and I will probably repeat this in other videos too. But you use creativity, painting, and that kind of flow to overcome the typical hyperactive, hypomanic, a little bit bipolar brain. Is amazing. It is the best antidote to depression and stuff like that. It just sends you into this deep flow. And when I can't do it, like when I had all my pain and stuff in my hips and stuff before I got my operations, I really couldn't connect, and my life was just hell. It was just horrible, because I was deprived of the thing that really made me tick for years. But now I'm starting to come back. I think I'm gonna make just a sit down, big think video about the hyperactive brain, just to talk to other artists, to other, especially young people who are kind of striving with getting their lives in place. If you are the kind of very thinking young person who really can't find the inner peace, and you are wasting your time on gaming and you know, YouTube videos and porn and all the things I have done wrong, start doing something creative, and also start doing some martial arts. That will also help immensely. So, yeah. Anyway, that was 17 minutes. Yeah. Okay. See you in the next segment. Okay. Here we go again. Okay. I'm going to use this one. Just do a little bit on that flowery thing there. And move back onto the cranium. I think it's getting somewhere now. It's tough. It's tough as a curb. So okay. Okay, I just need to give this one some kind of texture and give it life, so it feels a little bit natural. Like this. It is so subtle. It's just, you know, evaporates, almost disappears. So, yeah. See, I'm working in directions now, trying to pull things. If you don't have, you know, time on your back, you know, enough time to have evolved some skills, you wouldn't really understand totally how to do that, because as I've been saying in other videos, it is about foreseeing the future with your brushwork. You have to look up ahead and see, okay, how will this be in and I've done a lot more brush strokes, and that is what I mean when I say foreseeing the future. With and if you can't do that, if you don't haven't the skills to do that, you're gonna always get into problems with the textures. I can see a lot of people are doing quite well work, but they do not understand the texture thing, so they kind of just lose it. No, lose it. See, they just make the same textures, the same brushwork in the whole thing, without taking into considerations the different types of cloth and landscapes and sky and what's in, what's close and what's further away. And in the end, their paintings just become quite flat. What could have been almost like sculptures are just flat and boring. It's almost like trying to keep control so much that in the end it just falls flat, It actually, literally falls flat. And that is what I'm trying to avoid. By doing it this way, that way, trying to create, this is a glass, so it can't be much texture in it, on it. But here I have to be totally different. So yeah. It's funny that it's such a small painting, demands so much of me, but that's how it is. I want things to come alive, seriously come alive, and the only thing that will do that is time and the building of different structures and textures over time. Nothing else will actually give you that. Like here now, I can't give it exactly the same tone as this, same texture, because it's just no reflection, and it has to be kept down at the same time as I have to try to repeat the most important things. This one is not easy. Okay, I'm gonna give it a little bit more here. I think this should actually have some glaze of blue. Now I'm going into what I call the micro glazing. I can actually put in some clean colors. Then I'm going to use cobalt think I can see some cobalt here, some very clean cold color. I just put it in here. It's very clean, only cobalt, and it kind of falls into the cracks. Like this. And kind of starts to create some natural feel to it. Also see some reddish, so I'll take some primer red, or it's called primary red. It's cadmium red, and just add that in. Now the colors now are basically melting together in here, and they're starting to create this rainbow type of thing. And I can also do a deeper glaze with French ultramarine. And I will put that in around here. Yeah, now I'm getting more depth and more things are coming better to fruition. Is that a name? Maybe I should make a segment of just of that micro glazing. Now I'm going to actually let that dry, because after it has dried I can go in and just put in some, do that now also, but you know. I was in New York and looked at some of the small paintings of Vermeer, and it just hit me that this is what he has been doing. Some of his small portraits. Exactly what he did. So, yeah. You see the Night Watch of Rembrandt. It's also exactly what Rembrandt did to get these effects. Building, then glazing, building, glazing. It's a very efficient way to make the thing come alive. Yeah. Anyway, see you in the next segment. Okay. Another day, another layer. What I'm doing now is trying to even out all these nuances and get this glassy feeling to it. And I kind of go back and forth with the brushwork to see how I can keep it very much down, but at the same time create some dynamic feel to it. And the colors here are basically, what should I call it? They're not clean. It's quite difficult actually to create these nuances, because as I say, there's no real clean colors, and it's basically I'm adding color directly. If I put in some red, I try to see, and it becomes a little bit too red, I may put in some some blue again, or some other color. And I try to mix the color directly on the surface so that I get better control over the process. At this point, this painting is a nemesis, as they usually do become when I get to this point. It is also a commission work, which makes it really intensely personal. That is a strange thing. I get more problems painting things when it's a commission work, because I am so into getting it. I want it so bad to be a good painting that it becomes basically a neurosis. And it's one of the reasons why I've been talking about this before in my videos, that maybe even this video, that you have to come to a point where you are economically independent. And one of the ways to do that as an artist is not to spend so much money, which I did in droves, because then you can actually relax more when you paint. And if there's one good reason to not use too much money, it is actually to become independent and not having to do any other work than you'd like to do yourself. So yeah, that is my advice to young artists. If you find a gallery, try to save. I didn't do that, and luckily I get quite okay prices for my paintings when I sell them. But I could have had way more peace of mind if I wasn't a big baby for much of my life. So, yeah. Anyway, so I'm going to. It's almost like it's a never-ending thing, because when it comes to this point, I almost feel like I don't want to start working on it every day, because I know it's painful. I know it's a challenge. And as I do say, I love a challenge. I actually do. There is something also with the challenge, especially, as I say, when you don't have the freedom to just screw it up. And well, I do, but I should have delivered this a long time ago. So something happens to me then I kind of can't really get started. And actually, having loose ends also is the most horrible thing. Try to have as few loose ends or unfinished things as you possibly can. I have so many unfinished things in my studio that I'm basically drowning in them. And that are also not basically commission works. I have like two or three commission works that I'm struggling to finish. But I also have a lot of beautiful work that have such a potential that I never really get around to start to up again, and it's so frustrating. It's really annoying. But it's only one thing to fix the problem, and that is to go and just paint. You know, you just start and you just keep painting until you have dug through it and gotten control over it. So that is my plan for the next few years, just clean. Strange now to say years because I'm 52 and you can see the time. Time is disappearing quite fast. That too is a thing in itself. Anyway, that's life. So. I have this rat in my house or in my studio. And I couldn't catch it. I tried to catch it with both having a big bucket or with some place you can fall into. Not with water, I wasn't going to drown it or anything, I was going to let it out. But I wouldn't go, probably figure it out, because rats are very intelligent beings. Probably figure out something wasn't right. And I tried to buy this trap that actually would trap it alive, but I didn't have more of them, and I'm leaving for my parents in actually not tomorrow but the day after. I even fed it. I fed this rat for almost 2 weeks, and I bought a trap, and a while ago today it said bang, and it's dead, and it's now in my freezer for future painting. But I feel really bad about it. I really didn't want to kill it, so well, it's not really just a rat, it is a life. And rats are quite beautiful animals, actually extremely smart. Cats are really dumb animals compared to rats. They're really stupid. So I feel a little bit bad about killing it, but it's basically too late now anyways. Got in when I had some door open or something, I don't know. And I couldn't get out, so whatever. Now, I should talk more about painting in these videos. As you can see, the balance here is amazing. It is really hard, really difficult. Get some light here, some orange, not too orange. That's actually a kind of a dried up flowery thing, and it was actually the customer's idea to put it in there just to weigh it up a little bit. That kind of works. Maybe I would prefer to have a little stone or something instead, but you know, sometimes you have to make compromises. Actually, it's my framer that is going to have this painting, so. And He's a nice guy, very nice guy actually. See, I just try to make this thing come alive without giving it too much, what should we say? I need to keep it open, I need to keep it open. The reflection is really difficult. Everything is actually difficult. And the shitty thing is that my eyesight has become worse. It's like +1. And it's very disturbing to have glasses on when you're painting. So it's almost like another obstacle. Yeah, okay. I thought so. There's a lot of things happening in that leaf. So, see, this shadow. What's really important when you work with stuff like this is to get in long work hours and basically trying to see what's over there and basically being able to connect with the thing on a deeper level, get into that deep flow and you start seeing stuff that you didn't see before. Okay, and like this there is some kind of a shine here. Can't be there, you know. It's not easy. It's not an important thing, it's just a small cranium. But it sure feels important to me. Sometimes I wonder, what if I never was with that girl Heidi and I never started to paint? I wonder how my life would have been. What kind of person I would have been. I would have been a totally different person. A totally different person, actually. I wouldn't be the same human being at all, because everything that has happened to me after I started to paint was the things that actually turned on introspection, turned on thinking, turned on basically everything. I just wonder how would have been. There are predictable patterns. Probably have a girlfriend, a wife, or being divorced, or being fat or dead. Something. I don't know. There's something, I feel there's something also, it's strange to say it, but I feel there's something wrong with my body. It's almost like something is missing. It's almost like I have this underlying pain, which isn't a pain. Maybe it's stress. Oh. See, you know what I'm doing now? Now it's getting better, see? Kind of lights up it. That's the nice thing. I keep on building these small things more and more, getting closer and closer. And as I get closer and closer, I get this relief. It makes me feel great. I see things are going the right way. So. Okay. And yeah, starts to come alive a little bit. Anyway, that was 20 minutes again. Damn, no wonder my videos become long. Okay, here we are at the end. I think I have done what I can and exhausted my resources in this. Probably always things you can do, always a new layer or a new place to go, but at some point you just have to call it a day, and that is exactly what I'm going to do. I'm just gonna do a tiny bit of adjustments, do some details. I try to get these, you know, just have to make this kind of disappear in a natural way. I also think I have to change the lighting in here a little bit, because it becomes too intense, so it's actually sometimes difficult to see the right nuances. I've done that before and it's getting better every time. You kind of have to get the lighting a little bit more in the distance from me. Just give it a little bit more a little bit more space in a way, give it a little bit more 3D. So this painting became very personal for me, and it's actually my framer which is going to have it, and he's a very nice guy, so I want it to be as good as possible. But it also makes me nervous, you know. It always makes me nervous when it becomes personal. It always becomes a little bit more difficult. But, you know. So. To me, this is a very long process. See, I try to build and build, and for every time I build, I meet new problems, and yeah, even keeping this down, but also trying to make it feel natural, because there's a glass thing here and this is kind of underneath, and there are so many things happening in it. I just don't know where I can cheat. To film a little bit closer. Like this. Like this. Now it kind of turns a little bit more yellow when I go closer. There's a problem there. So many different things that you can do. Is the hue of the yellow and hue of the blue, and there's so many different things. Really can drive me literally crazy. And just keep on seeing more and more and more you can do. So, I don't know. Good or bad, hard to know. It's the most difficult thing. I should make a video where I talk about why you should not become a painter. Actually, I know some reasons why you should never try or become a painter or an artist. Because it's just, you start to connect with yourself. Well, that was what happened to me. When I started out painting, I'm just a young naive boy in the beginning of my 20s. liking the flow. I also kind of believed in the artist cliche a little bit, you know, all the partying, all the fun, the girls and the creativity and the, you know, the flow. And then as you go deeper and deeper into it, start to light up more of your sympathy, more of your empathy. I'm not saying that this is what will happen to all artists, because I mean artists are very often very pretentious narcissists. So I don't think there is an automatic thing going on. But that is, I think that you can actually become a deeper person by doing artwork. And in the end you will, as you become more and more conscious, life becomes more and more complex. Your thinking is turned on and you start to question everything. At least that is what I did. And life becomes more complicated through painting. So as I say, I wouldn't recommend to my worst enemy to start painting, because in the end it is a tough job in a way, or it's a tough thing to do. Every day you meet yourself, and every day you have to deal with the angst for not succeeding and battle your shortcomings. So yeah, it's tough. But then again, not leading a conscious life is not a life worth living. So I guess there's a good part and a bad part. So. Anyway, just going to do a little bit of pulling it. It's like I pulled here and I pulled there a little bit. Get a little bit closer to where I want to be. Hopefully. Yeah. This too is like, it's too strong. I just need to do like this and just get it underneath the glass. So I have to be a little bit more brutal. Yeah. So to my YouTubers followers, it's very romantic to do art, but when you get into the depth of it, or the deeper, and start to question yourself, it makes your life more complex. So yeah, as I say. But if you just have it as a hobby and you don't have so many ambitions with it, maybe it will be easier. So, yeah. You know, this have to be so toned down compared to this. It's really, really difficult to find the right cue. And it's so funny because I'm struggling with such, it's so, on a personal level, it's so important. It's like the most important thing in the world. Just these small things here, so important to me. But I know that in objective sense is so insignificant. And in the light of eternity, it's like, just laughable. Oops. I've been struggling so much with this. I thought it was going to be quite easy. But I think it's also the thing I have around it, because it is all toned down. There's not much, it's not much happening. Except from here and here. And I want it to be a little bit more, have a little bit more punch, a little more power. I'm sure as hell is not able to copy it, because I'm not that kind of a artist. And I clearly meet my skill walls. So, yeah. It's very subtle. Very subtle. When you come to the end like this, it's really, now it's just pain, 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 in a way. I'm trying to notice that I've been trying to avoid painting on it. And I basically have to force myself, because I know it's going to be so all-consuming. Oh. Good or bad, I don't know. Hard to know. I hope you like it. I hope you get something out of this video. So it's not totally in vain, totally wasted. Yeah. This is nice. It's Da Vinci, synthetic Da Vinci. And I think that could actually be enough there. so subtle. Oh, it's almost impossible. And for this small painting, so much anguish. Yeah, I talk a lot about that. But then again, the only thing, now I'm doing some micro, this is what I call micro glazing, to make the line fall into the background like this. So I actually added some cobalt blue on top of it, so that it will kind of glide more into the background like this. And yeah, kind of gets a little bit more 3D effect when I do that. I need to go to the Netherlands to see the night watch. Oh gods. Anyway, I do think I should be able to quit soon. Scrape some out of there. Yeah. Some more in here. It's always something to do, you know. Sometimes you have to take things away because adding and adding and adding is not necessarily the best thing you can do. Sometimes actually removing is better than adding, especially when it is so opaque as this is. And I wanted to just glide into it like this. And also like that. Sounds brutal, and it is kind of brutal. So see, poof, that's how you do it. Okay, I'm just going to leave it at this. So, with this, I hope you enjoyed. Hope you get something out of it. And I want to show you the painting and call it a day. Okay, there you are, at the end of the video. As you can see, I've been working with this for a while, this Cat Cranium. And this is how it turned out. It's not so bad. I do hope you enjoy it. Enjoy the ride, that you learned something from it. And as I said in the beginning, please check out the hyperlinks in the description, the chapters, and also check out my Patreon. Find a link in the description after this video. If you sign up for $1 or $5, you can actually be a recipient of a small Patreon giveaway every month, one painting. So you can actually help me. At the same time, you can get my help to become a better painter and also get your hands on a painting. Okay. Till next time. See you around. Stay cool.